take off. Yeah, he is cool. He cuts down the presentations. He doesn't let everybody speak. Probably a central it's always cool.
No, with
Are you space-wise good? Good? Are you okay? Okay. Cool. Good?
This is his first year. Well, it's his third year. Are they? He's actually saying someone happy. I think so. Save us the water. Yeah, the walk. Still kept 2 minutes longer. This is the last walk. Really took it. Cutting down. class. Totally. She's about like the Red Sox. The Red Sox has had more success.
I first thing I said to him. You do it every day.
Burgess, how come you don't do your hair like you do for Modern Show all the time?
That's what I said to him.
You
First
look,
thing I
you
said
look
to
so
him.
sharp. Not that you don't look good now.
No, he looks good.
I had a double take.
My arms are wandering strength.
He's complimenting you.
I'm saying nice things. You look good.
He's not happy.
Trying to be supportive.
You know, Ryan, time slows down during a government shutdown.
Oh, does
It
it?
actually goes slow.
Oh, great. That's terrific.
Just what we need.
It actually,
35 days really felt like
it's very similar. It's kind of like being in outer space. It actually, it gets slower during the government shutdown.
Do we shrink? Do our bodies shrink? We'll find out. Chad was a lot taller before the two Trumps.
Sure, Hans Zimmerman read O's around this place. Time definitely dilates from here. Tyler?
That's true too. That's also about that.
Fresh legs.
everybody. Okay, we have Senators Murray and Klobuchar and Schatz. And before I get into my substantive remarks, I just heard something that Trump said. Here's what he said. We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible and bad for them, and irreversible like cutting vast numbers of people out. Well, there it is. Trump admitted himself that he is using Americans as political pawns. He is admitting that he is doing the firing of people if, God forbid, it happens. He's using Americans as pawns, as I said. Democrats do not want a shutdown. We stand ready to work with Republicans to find a bipartisan compromise, and the ball's in their court. When he says he will do things, he is taking ownership. He is taking ownership. It's just like in his first term when he said he will own the shutdown. It's just a point I wanted to make. Okay, now, we're 10 hours away from government funding expiring simply because the Republicans are not serious about keeping it open. Finally, after months of asking, and mounting pressure, Leader Jeffries and I went to the White House yesterday to meet with the President and Republican leaders to find a way forward. And sitting in the room, it was very clear, behind closed doors, that the President hasn't fully grasped the magnitude of the disaster he's causing Americans. As costs continue to skyrocket for Americans, thanks to Trump's tariffs, economic policies, clean energy policies, and disastrous blunders, Americans are prepared to spend 114% more on their health insurance. That's right, that just came out. According to the Kaiser Family Foundation's analysis today, without ACA premium tax credits, premiums will double, more than double on average. And this not only affects those on ACA, it affects just about every American family with health insurance, because it is, as has been documented, when they get the deep cuts on ACA and on Medicaid, they don't have as much money, and they raise the costs on everybody else. So virtually no American with health insurance is immune from these disastrous Trump cuts. And what are Republicans doing about this? Avoiding lying. This week, look at this poster. This the one? Here. Let's get it front and center. I borrowed Thune's poster today, as many of you saw. This is what the House Republican Conference called. Lisa McClain, the head, walked members through polling and advised them not to make the message about health care, because ours lose that argument. That's not me. That's one of the Republican leaders who's in charge of messaging. They're right. She's right. Their position is so callous, and the damage is much greater than even people thought.
Mr. President,
that
passing a clean CR
it's very unpopular.
This week is in
so when they're up against the brutal fact that
First,
Americans are to pay,
passing the CR.
Take this one up. 114% more for marketplace enrollees who currently receive financial assistance. That's the Kaiser Foundation. It's devastating to them. And let me be clear, because they like to tell lies because they can't argue the merits. So they make up things. They said they're saying undocumented people cannot and will not receive premium tax credits. They say that undocumented people are going to get these credits. That is absolutely false. That is one of the big lies they tell, so they don't have to discuss the issues. The federal government, by law that we passed, does not fund health insurance for undocumented immigrants in Medicaid, period, nor the ACA, nor Medicare. Undocumented immigrants do not get federal health insurance premiums, period. Period. They're lying. I hope you'll call them on it when they bring it up. Some of the newspapers have. Okay? I said this directly to Speaker Johnson in the Oval Office. I told him what he was saying was bull, because he said, you guys want that. And he just smirked and didn't even answer. And why are they lying? They know how unpopular their position is on health care, that they shouldn't talk about it. Republicans know perfectly well that undocumented immigrants are already prohibited, as I said, from getting insurance on ACA, Medicare, or Medicaid. They know perfectly well not a single sentence or clause or comma that we're pushing in our bill does that. But they're lying because they know they're screwed if this debate turns into one about health care. And guess what? That's just what we are doing. We are making this debate a debate on health care. If you want an indication of how serious Republicans are about keeping the government open, who wants the shutdown? There's no better proof than the fact that Speaker Johnson sent everybody home this week, ensuring a shutdown no matter what the Senate did. So don't argue who wants the shutdown. It's Johnson. And when we asked President Trump to meet with us, Hakeem and I, by all reports, it was Johnson who made him pull the meeting back. Pull the meeting back. And if you want another indication, and so, by the way, so the House Republicans should be here, but they're home. If you want another indication of how serious Republicans are about funding the government, look no further than the deepfake AI video the President tried to put up last night after our meeting, when we were actually trying to fund the government. His video was dumb, it was childish, it was petty. It's something that a 5-year-old would do, not a President of the United States, but it shows how unserious they are. They don't give a damn about the harm they will cause with their shutdown. Now, Republicans have until midnight to cut the garbage and get serious with us about solving the health care crisis. When I was Majority Leader, this is what I did with Thune's chart this morning. He had all these years that we passed CRs. We passed budget bills. We did. You know why? As leader, I sat down with the Republicans every one of those years and created a bipartisan bill. Their bill is partisan. They call it clean. We call it partisan. It has no Democratic input. Thune never talked to me. Johnson never talked to Hakeem. And now Thune is saying, well, the appropriators are working at it. As Patty will tell you, they are working out, trying to work out some budget bills. But the two issues they couldn't decide were health care and rescissions, impoundment, pocket rescissions. And they all agreed the four leaders should decide that. And that's when we wrote Thune, and that's when we wrote Johnson, and they never even met with us. So that's why we were able to avoid shutdowns, because we did it in a bipartisan way. They are partisan totally, with no input from us. So, as Republicans continue to lie, distract, duck, hide, Democrats remain ready to get to work, negotiate a bipartisan agreement, and keep the government funded. Senator Murray. I'm going to take all my papers here. Thank you.
Well, there is less than 12 hours to fund the government. House Republicans aren't even here in town, they're on vacation. Meanwhile, Senate Republicans are about to force another vote on a bill that already did not pass, and that 8 of them did not even bother to show up to vote for the first time. And Donald Trump, well, the president is resorting to AI deepfakes and bold-faced lies because the actual facts are pretty bad for him here. So here are the facts. Healthcare rates are being set right now. Open enrollment is weeks away. Idaho open enrollment starts October 15th. So American citizens are about to see their premiums skyrocket. In my state, family paying $238 per month for their health insurance right now. Thanks to Republicans, they could pay as much as $1,800 per month next year. Look, is the president totally unfit to hold office? Yeah. But it is not about that. This is about health care. He is choosing to shut down the government rather than work with Democrats to fix the health care crisis Republicans created. If it seems like the only sentence that Republicans can form these days consists of a noun, verb, and illegal immigrant, that's because they have to resort to outright lies to defend their truly god-awful health care policies. Their attacks on health care are already hurting American citizens, millions of them. There is no getting around it. Cutting health care by more than $1 trillion, hospitals are already laying off staff and closing down across the country. Millions are going to soon be kicked off of their health care. So Donald Trump can lie, J.D. Vance can lie, but people are still going to get those letters in the mail telling them how much more their health insurance will cost next year. Now, apparently, when President Trump was looking over Democratic health care proposals, he said, and I quote, "Go F yourself." That tells you how much Donald Trump cares about whether families go bankrupt paying for their health care. Premiums on the marketplace are set to more than double. Washington State had an uninsured rate of 15% before the Affordable Care Act. Now, because of that, it is down to 5%. People now, though, are going to lose their health insurance because of Trump and Republicans. They're going to put off their care. Many will get sicker, and some will even die. That is the reality. That is why we're here fighting for health care. I'll be voting no on the partisan Republican-only funding bill that already didn't pass a few weeks ago. I'll be voting yes on the Democratic bill that not only funds government, but also addresses this GOP healthcare crisis and protects Congress's power of the purse. I am ready to keep the government open. As I have said over the last 2 weeks, I am ready. I am willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. But the question remains, will the Republican leadership get serious and negotiate?
Thank you, Patty. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Schumer, and to my colleagues. So yesterday, after weeks of waiting to see if the president would lead Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffrey go over to the White House, this is not a joke. People are literally standing on a healthcare cliff right now. For members of our caucus, when the Republicans, a whole bunch of them, didn't show up and vote last week, what did our people do? We went out and we met with the people in our state. We met with doctors and nurses. We went to rural hospitals. We talked to people that can barely hold on right now. This, what one farmer called a perfect storm of ugly. The tariffs are hitting them, the markets are drying up, and now they have their health care costs. So many of them, especially in rural areas, are on these individual plans. So what does the president do after this meeting? He posts that deep fake offensive video. This isn't a joke. This isn't political theater. He's so proud of the art of the deal, and it is his time to lead. He has said repeatedly, and you've all seen the real videos, where he said this is a time for a president to lead in the past. Well, this is his time to lead. When we talk to the people out there that aren't the ones on the Mar-a-Lago golf course, you hear what's really happening. They look at those grocery bills. They look at their electricity bills. Those things aren't deep fakes. Those things don't lie. Those things are real. So what are they facing? Healthcare cliff. 20 million Americans are set to see their premiums double when they pick a plan starting November 1st. And for those of you that ask, why are you doing this now? This isn't a December thing. This isn't a January thing. This is a now thing. This is happening right now. And the only way to fix this is to do something about it now. Those families that don't know if they're going to have cancer research, and those researchers on Alzheimer's that are looking at going to other countries and looking at what's happening with NIH, this is a now thing. So I hope people remember that this is not a funny deep fake meme. This is not anything he says. And for those people in my state that voted for me and him, and there's a lot of them, they actually thought he'd bring costs down. That's what he said would happen on day one. Well, it is day 253. And people are paying more for their prescription drugs. They're paying more for their beef. They're paying more for their groceries, and they're paying more for their electricity, and they're sure paying more for their health care premiums. This is his moment to lead.
I'm struck by the extent to which sort of DC brain has infected us all, where we think that this is some sort of cooked up demand. The reason that we are trying to take action now on health care is because people's premiums are going up this coming week by letter. I got a text from a buddy of mine in my fantasy football league, but it was but it was not a trash talking text. He got a letter, 40% increase for his father's premiums. This is not a talking point. This is not an allegation. This is literally what's happening. And 40%, you should be lucky if it's a 40% increase. The average increase is going to be 114%. And so the time to solve this problem is now. Open enrollment is now. Letters are going out now. Now, some insurance companies are sending out letters saying, your rates are increasing, but we're not sure by how much. And some insurance companies are being jawboned into not even sending letters at all. Now, there is only one thing worse than your rates going up on January 1. It is not being told until December that your rates are going up on January 1. People are going to lose their health care. This is not a joke. This is not a political talking point. This is what's going to happen across the country. The idea that this is some Democratic priority or independent priority or Republican priority is nonsense. Tens of millions of people are specifically going to see a 114% increase, and everybody else is in the same risk pool. And so all we're saying is, look, if we were... This is a very damaging issue for Republicans. And if we were terribly cynical, we would just let them stew in it. But we want to solve it because we care in our bones about the people we represent. And so there is still an opportunity to do something about this. There is still an opportunity to do something about this. None of us like shutdowns. But the only way to avoid a shutdown is to sit down between the political parties, and that includes the party out of power, and to make a deal. There's still time.
Start off with Buffalo.
All right.
From the Bills.
Thank you, Senator.
He's from Buffalo, you know.
Yes, I am. At this point, it seems like a shutdown is inevitable. When you get to that point, what's the plan to get out?
Look, first, it's right now in the Republicans' court. We said this to Trump yesterday. He can easily call up Thune and Johnson and say, just add the two parts we want added to the bill. They can take it out of our bill, put it in theirs, and solve it. So it's in their court. And let me just say, the American people are learning how bad this health care crisis is, and they will put tremendous heat on Republicans to solve it. Yes?
Leader Thune just said that there are going to be no negotiations with Democrats if the government is shut down. So how long are Democrats going to stomach the shutdown?
Look, it's in their court to solve it. It's their shutdown. And as I said, they are going to face tremendous pressure from the American people. Trump in the room admitted, I said to him, this is going to be very bad for you, these increases in the health care. And it's not going to be good for you. It's not going to be good for America or anybody. And he admitted that. So I think we believe that this is an issue worth fighting for. We hope the Republicans avoid the shutdown. But if they do it, it's because they didn't even negotiate with us till the last minute. Yes.
The president is now threatening these irreversible cuts to the workforce, to programs. Is that a risk that Democrats are willing to take?
The bottom line is he's doing it anyway. They've already cut 300,000 people. Whether there's a shutdown or not, it'll be up to Trump whether he's going to let Musk, formerly Doge, vote, do these cuts, do these layoffs, and do these firings. It will fall on him, as I said. He's the one doing the firings, not Democrats. And that's what it shows. Yes. No, right here.
Senator Schumer, Times poll out this morning, 2% of Americans rank healthcare as the number one problem facing the country, which is to say, a very small percentage. How do you think about that disconnect between the language you all are using?
It's not what it's. I don't know what the poll numbers were, because the. Yes, without question. Wherever we go, wherever we talk about it, it has our back on this issue, and it shows that who do you trust much more? Who do you trust more to deal with the health care crisis? They trust Democrats. And one final thing. They're going to start getting these notices tomorrow. A lot of people don't know it. But once they start getting these notices, and there are these huge, staggering increases, you know, we thought it was $400 per family on ACA, and somewhat more, somewhat less for people not on ACA. Now it's more. It's 114%. They're going to be staggered, and they're going to say, what's happening? And we're going to be right there explaining to them it's because the Republicans wouldn't negotiate with us. We're ready to do it any time, and there'll be huge heat on them on this issue. No, last one. This gentleman had to call on someone from this side, the left side.
Over the last decade and a half, in instances when Republicans have shut down the government over one issue or another, order ACA funding, they did not get the policies that they were requesting. What makes you think this will be different for Democrats?
Because the health care crisis that they created, in part because we asked them 3 times to vote on extending the ACA, and they voted no 3 times. And we believe that this issue is a real issue for the American people. We also believe that when there's a Republican president, a Republican Senate, a Republican House, the natural inclination is to blame the Republicans. That's what the polling data shows. Who do you know? A neutral question. Who do you blame, Democrats or Republicans? It's like +20, they'd blame the Republicans. And we also believe the fact that they wouldn't negotiate with us, which became clearer last week when Trump said yes and Trump said no. The American people don't like that. So we think we're on our front foot as we go into this fight. Thank you, everybody.
And congratulate him on his new grandchild. Yes,
in the middle of the caucus, my phone rang, and it was my wife. We have a beautiful little boy, name yet not told to us by our daughter and daughter-in-law.
Congrats.
Time focusing too little on this issue. We need to roll up our sleeves, focus on immediate, real solutions that impact millions of Americans. Together, we can figure out a way to extend these expiring credits and come up with solutions to lower those costs. And I urge my colleagues to do so as soon as possible. The American people are depending on us to help them not face these enormous inflationary costs. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Always suggest in the absence of a quorum.
The Minority Whip.
Are we on a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're just hours away from a deadline to fund the federal government. This task of funding our government is one of the most important responsibilities vested in Congress. This is not my first rodeo. I've been through shutdowns before. The last one, and one of the longest, was in President Trump's first term. So here in his second term comes another government shutdown, just 9 months into his presidency. Accomplishing this funding of our government requires bipartisan compromise. Do the math. To pass anything of substance in the United States Senate, you need 60 votes. There are 53 Republicans and 47 Democrats. You need at least 7 Democratic votes to join all the Republicans Mr. President, if you want to have a bipartisan roll call that passes. So that would suggest to any president and any member of the majority party that it's a good idea to sit down with the senators from the other side of the aisle before you reach the shutdown phase of this conversation.
The last one, and one of the longest, was in President
If we fail
Trump's
to fund this
first term.
government,
So here in his second
farmers
term
won't
comes
receive their
another government
payments
shutdown.
and
Just 9
loans they
months
need
into
to
his
stay afloat,
presidency.
facing President Trump's
Accomplishing
tariffs.
this funding of our
Medical
government
breakthroughs and
requires
research will be put on hold.
bipartisan compromise.
American
Do the
service
math.
members and thousands of
Pass
federal
anything
employees
of
across the
substance in
country
the United
will
States
be
Senate.
forced to work without
You need
pay.
60 votes.
But
There are 53
unfortunately, we've seen
Republicans
little
and
interest on the
47
other side
Democrats.
to sit
You
down
need
and
at
talk
least
about it
7
and to reach a
Democratic
compromise.
votes to join all the Republicans.
The Republicans control the
if you
White
wanna
House.
have a bipartisan
They
roll
control
call
the
that passes.
Senate. They
So that
control
would
the House of
suggest to any
Representatives.
president
And they've
and any
decided
member of
the
the
best
majority
approach
party,
is don't negotiate
it's a
with
good
the
idea to
Democrats.
sit down with
Give them a
the
take it or
senators
leave it,
from the
and
other
let's
side
see
of
what
the aisle
happens.
before you
Despite
reach
knowing
the
since
shutdown
March that government funding
phase
was
of
going to
this
run out
conversation.
tonight, President Donald Trump
If we
waited
fail to
until
fund this
yesterday
farmers
to
won't
meet with
receive their payments
Senate Minority Leader Chuck
and
Schumer
loans they need
and
to
House
stay
Minority
afloat.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Facing President Trump's
What
tariffs.
was he waiting for?
Medical breakthroughs and research
He understands the
will be put on
president
hold.
bears major responsibility
American
if a
service
shutdown
members and
takes
thousands
place.
of federal employees across
Think
the
about it.
country
He waited
will be
until a
forced to
day
work
before the
without
government
pay.
funding deadline
But
to finally sit down
unfortunately,
and
we've
talk
seen little
to both
interest on the
political
other side
parties.
to sit down and talk
The
about it.
Republican Majority
and to
Leader
reach a
Thune said he's
compromise.
committed to passing appropriation bills
Republicans control the
through
White House.
regular order.
They control the
I
Senate.
agree. I'm on
They
the
control the
Appropriations
House of
Committee.
Representatives.
I think we're
And
doing a
they've
pretty good
decided
job,
the
and we
best
can do
approach
better.
is don't
We
negotiate
also
with
want
the
to pass
Democrats.
government spending bills,
Give
but
them a
we
take it or
refuse
leave
to
it,
rubber
and let's see
stamp
what happens.
President Trump's harmful
Despite
cuts
knowing
and
since
reckless
March that
actions.
government funding was going to
Yet,
run
instead
out
of being
tonight,
here to do the work of funding
President
our
Donald
government,
Trump waited
Republicans in
until
the House
yesterday-
are gone.
Yesterday,
They left
meet with
Washington
Senate
last week
Minority Leader
and don't
Chuck
plan to
Schumer
return
and
until
House
next
Minority
week.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
That doesn't help
What
at all.
was he
The House
waiting
must
for?
stop playing political
He
games
understands the
and come to
president
work
bears major
so we can
responsibility
actually
if
avoid
a
the
shutdown
shutdown.
takes place.
Republicans
Think
must
about
take
it.
responsibility
He waited
for the
until a day
government
before
they
the government
control.
funding deadline to
Government
finally sit
they
down
control.
and talk to both
White House
political
Republicans
parties.
are on vacation.
Republican Majority
Their
Leader
refusal
Thune said
to
he's committed
prevent
to
a
passing appropriation
shutdown
bills
will ruin
through
millions of
regular order.
American travel plans.
I agree. I'm on the
During a
Appropriations
shutdown,
Committee.
air traffic
I think we're doing
controllers
a
and
pretty good
TSA
job, but we can
employees
do
work
better.
without pay.
We also want
That's
to pass
not
government
reassuring.
spending bills, but we refuse
This means
to
delays and
rubber
longer wait
stamp President
times
Trump's
for
harmful
travelers
cuts
at
and
airports
reckless
across the
actions.
country.
Yet,
Just like the
instead of being
last
here to do the
time
work
that
of funding
President
our
Donald
government,
Trump shut down the government
Republicans in the
in
House
2018
are gone.
for
They
35
left
long
Washington
days.
last week.
It took pressure
They
from
don't
the air
plan to
traffic
return
controllers to
until next
finally
week.
end that Trump
That
shutdown.
doesn't help at all.
And our aviation
The House
system will
must stop
continue to
playing
bear the
political
effects
games
because the
and come to
shutdown
work
would pause hiring
so
and
we can
training
actually
programs
avoid this
for air
shutdown.
traffic controllers at a time
Republicans must take
when we should be improving
responsibility for the
safety.
government they
Does it make you
control.
feel more confident to take a flight
Government they
and
control.
realize that air traffic
White House
controller,
Republicans
if they're
are
at work,
on
is working
vacation.
without pay?
The refusal
Or that the
to
testing and
prevent
training
a
of the air
shutdown
traffic controllers has
will
been
ruin
delayed
millions of
because of a
American travel
shutdown.
plans.
So the next time you're
During a
sitting in an
shutdown,
airport
air
and you see
traffic
your flight
controllers
delayed,
and TSA
you
employees
can
work
thank
without
those who
pay.
didn't want to sit down
That's
and
not
talk
reassuring.
before the shutdown
This means
phases.
delays and longer wait
Unfortunately,
times
the Trump administration is
travelers at
preparing
airports
to
across the country.
weaponize the shutdown
Just like the
and
last
continue
time
their attacks
that
on the
President
federal
Donald Trump
workforce
shut down the government in
without
2018
any rhyme or reason.
for 35
They've been
long
chopping
days.
off thousands
It took
and
pressure
thousands
from
of
the air
federal
traffic
employees.
controllers to finally
Sometimes the
end
employees
that
are
Trump
doing
shutdown.
essential work,
and our
that you
aviation
beg them to
system
come
will
back to
continue
work.
to bear the
Some
effects
do, some don't.
because the shutdown
Last week, the director of the OMB, Russell Vought, sent out a memo stating that any government employee who seeks funding for their role last week because of the shutdown would be fired if their work does not align with the president's objectives. They're promising a big shutdown of the federal workforce. So the next time firings jeopardize progress at federal agencies. Agencies already indiscriminately gutted by the Trump administration. The Trump administration has begged fired employees to return to work. And agencies like the National Weather Service and Department of Energy. Even Republican senators, some agree government employees are not pawns to be played during the debate on government funding. These employees and their families deserve a better boss. But the Trump administration apparently doesn't care. They're content to cause continual chaos across the government to score cheap points. The American people know who's making the government work and who's trying to destroy it. For months, Democrats have been ready and willing to work with Republicans to avoid the awful effects of a shutdown. Why should the average American care about a shutdown? What import does it have to you and your life and your family? It's basic. It's health care. That's what this is about on the Democratic side. We think this is a battle worth fighting. We face the prospect of some 24 million Americans either losing their health insurance in the next several weeks or seeing dramatic increases in their premium payment. Some will have to get a different insurance policy with higher deductibles, but some won't be able to afford health insurance at all. And take a look at what the cutback in Medicaid is going to do to hospitals across our country. Illinois is a great state, very diverse, beautiful big city of Chicago, and a lot of smaller rural area towns as well. And these rural areas count on hospitals like no other place in our state. They are literally the lifeline. And if these hospitals start to close, it not only presents a hardship when it comes to medical care, it hurts the economy of the region. Imagine trying to keep or attract a company to bring their business to your town when you just lost your hospital. This cutback in the big, beautiful budget bill of the Trump administration of paying into Medicaid is exactly the wrong thing to do for my home state of Illinois and for most other states. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen. We want to stop this cutback in health care quality and availability across this country. That's what we're holding out for. It isn't some big, beautiful border wall. It's what American families have to pay for health insurance each month. You ought to see the numbers if we don't do anything. The so-called ACA tax credits means that there's a helping hand for families in income situations where they're eligible to pay for health insurance. The Republicans eliminated this helping hand, and now the premiums are going to go up. We've already received notice in Illinois of several insurance companies that have gone out of business. It's a problem, a real serious problem in terms of the cost of premiums for families. So that's what this is about. And bringing down the government is not a good policy by and large, but neither is cutting health care for 25 million Americans. So that's what we're bringing this issue together on. Can we have a sit-down with Democrats and Republicans and reach an agreement? Yes, we can. We can start tonight. There's no reason why we shouldn't. So I hope that my friends in the other side of the aisle will understand that uninsured Americans and Americans with health insurance that they can't afford is a serious hardship for working families. Mr. President, I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in a bipartisan conversation. It's long overdue. We've already seen notice in Illinois of several insurance companies that have gone out of business. It's a problem, a real serious problem in terms of the cost of premiums for families. So that's what this is about. Bringing down the government is not a good policy by and large, but neither is cutting health care for 25 million Americans. So that's what we're bringing this issue together.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss a vote that the Senate will take later this week on a block of executive nominations. The vote will likely come either tomorrow or possibly Friday, and there's a block of approximately 100 nominations that we will be considering. And I rise to talk about the nomination of one individual, Bill White, to be the United States ambassador to Belgium. I regret that we are taking up nominations in block. I think there are good reasons to reform the nominations process. I think we probably have to have Senate confirmation for too many people. But I didn't believe a few weeks ago in the Senate action that allowed people to be lumped together, because my view was that causes individuals who are in the block not to get the appropriate scrutiny that they should get. I viewed the action bluntly as a little less about either advancing nominations as raising the risk of hiding nominations in large groups where individuals would not get appropriate scrutiny. And I believe that very strongly to be the case of Mr. White. Mr. White is President Trump's nominee to be ambassador to an important U.S. ally, Belgium, the headquarters of NATO. To reform the nominations process. And I think we probably Mr. White has done some good things in his life. And I don't dispute that. And I know he's been a strong supporter of President Trump, as are virtually all of the Trump appointees, many of whom I have voted for. I haven't done this calculation, but I probably have a track record of, on the Democratic side, of voting for as high a percentage of President Trump's nominees, both in term 1 and term 2, as just about anyone, because I do believe, as a former governor, that your election does carry with it a mandate to be able to assemble a team of like-minded people. And even if I might disagree with you, President Trump is elected and should have the ability to assemble a team of like-minded people. But I do carefully scrutinize the character, judgment, and qualifications of the individuals who are put before us for important positions. And I don't dispute this nomination of this individual, President Trump, for this country at this time I view as so uniquely bad that I wanted to take the time to come to the floor and talk about why. But I probably have a track. And what I'm going to talk about is Mr. White's judgment, as evidenced by his social media postings. Trump's nominees, both, and I have a whole lot of examples I could use, but I'm going to just narrow it down to ones that I think are a true window into this individual's judgment and character, and demonstrates that he's not suitable to represent the United States in a critical ambassadorial position. On May 16, 2023, he tweeted out about one of our colleagues, Senator Graham of South Carolina, "Graham is a snake." He's tweeted out many bad things about Democratic colleagues that I'm not going to post before you. This country, someone who says about Lindsey Graham that he is a snake is not demonstrating the judgment that you need to be an ambassador representing the United States and Belgium. By his social media. Mr. White fell down the rabbit hole of election conspiracy in 2020. And has repeatedly tweeted and posted his belief that the 2020 election was not accurately called and that Donald Trump actually won rather than President Biden. Now, I think any intelligent person recognizes that as a conspiracy theory that most fourth graders wouldn't be gullible enough to fall for. But Mr. White has tweeted it over and over and over again, and he's gone beyond just asserting that Donald Trump won the election in 2020. He's actually gone much farther than that. Is not demonstrating the judgment that you need to be an ambassador representing the United States in Belgium. In the run-up to the fell down the rabbit hole of 2024. So this is now 4 years after the 2020 election. And has repeatedly Mr. White was posting his material, reposting material was not about Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, now claiming that he had acted improperly in the 2020 election. Locked Georgia Secretary of State, and forgive me, this is a quote, "Lock this mother effer
White has tweeted it over and over
That
and
is
over
what
again.
he is
And
calling
he's gone beyond
to happen
just
to
asserting
the Republican Secretary of State
Donald Trump
in
won the
Georgia.
election in 2020.
And this was
He's
recent. This is in August of
gone much
2024. This is not years and years and years ago. Mr. White went on to continue in this extreme rhetoric in the aftermath of President Trump's election in 2024.
So this
Within
is now
the
4 years
days
after the 2020
to follow,
election.
Mr. White was posting shortly after the election material, reposting material. He basically says Georgia Secretary Donald Trump won Georgia. That's referring to the 2024 election, claiming that he had acted improperly. And then it's high time now to legitimately prosecute the Georgia Secretary of State and Governor Kemp. This is a quote. The Republican governor of Georgia, Mr. White, is calling for them both to be prosecuted. And this was just at the time that Donald Trump won the 2024 election. And this was recent. This is in August. Okay, Donald Trump has been elected president in 2024. Years ago. Why are you still so focused? Mr. White went on a campaign of retribution against Georgia Republicans that you were urging to be locked up and prosecuted in 2024. To be an ambassador, you need to have some judgment. You need to have some diplomacy. You'll deal with tough issues. Belgium is not a big country, but Belgium is a very important country. It's been a U.S. ally for a very long time, and it's the headquarters of NATO, which has huge importance in the world right now. And putting somebody into a position like this who puts out negative tweets about Lindsey Graham and who is encouraging Republican officials in Georgia to be prosecuted and locked up, I think those would be disqualifying in and of themselves. But as I was looking at this individual social media account, I came upon something else that a lot of people didn't notice because it seemed odd, but I did a little bit of research into it, and I want to focus on it. Republicans that you were urging to be locked up, Mr. White, and prosecuted. In May, to be an ambassador, you need to have some judgment. Of 2024, months before President Trump's election, Belgium is not a big country, but Belgium is a very important country. It's been a U.S. ally for a very from an individual named Dries Van Langenhove, with a video from this individual. And putting somebody into a position, and the video is a lengthy video where this individual, Dries Van Langenhove, says this Friday they may send me to prison for years, so this video is my last chance. They are trying to destroy me. But with your help, we will destroy them, free Dries. Among the other tweets calling a colleague a snake and calling for people to be locked up, this one seemed odd. Notice because who's Dries Van Langenhove? But I did a little bit of research. Who's Dries Van Langenhove? And I want to focus on it. Dries Van Langenhove, Mr. White, is a convicted Holocaust-denying, months before President pro-violence anti-Semite in Belgium. Retweeted, and the tweet that Mr. White posted was his video the night before he was sentenced to a year in prison. And the video is inciting violence where this individual and denying the Holocaust. Says this Friday. This is an article from Politico Europe in March of 2024, and it talks about with your help, Mr. Van Langenhove. Them, free Dries. Title, Belgium's far-right prodigy gets prison term for inciting violence. Dries Van Langenhove, a political activist and leader of a Flemish nationalist youth movement called Children Vrienden, was convicted of inciting violence and denying the Holocaust, the Ghent criminal court ruled. He reveled in Nazi ideas that caused much suffering. He wants to undermine society, a judge said when announcing the ruling. And the tweet why would Mr. White posted in March of 2024, the night before he was sentenced to a year in even know who Dries Van Langenhove was, inciting violence. And when I saw this, as I was researching this is an article from prior to the hearing in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I had no idea who Dries Van Langenhove was, and I wondered why is Mr. White platforming this individual I know nothing about, and then as I read it, I find that he is a notorious violence-promoting, Holocaust-denying, anti-Semite criminal convict in Belgium. The Ghent criminal court ruled. This is a big deal. Nazi ideas. The ADL says that of any nation in Europe, Belgium has seen the most spike in anti-Semitic behavior since October 7th. Why would Mr. White? Some of you might remember the attack, the Charlie Hebdo attack in Paris a couple years ago, pre-October 7th. There was a similar attack on the same day in Belgium, an anti-Semitic attack. Belgians have been charged with crimes of vandalism and why is Mr. White religious-based violence in attacks on the Holocaust Museum in both Belgium, Brussels, and Paris. He is a notorious and the Belgian government is really working hard to try to deal with this cancer of anti-Semitism in this nation. This is a big deal. The ADL, as far as I know, says that if Mr. Langenhoven is the only individual Belgium has seen the most who has been successfully prosecuted since October 7th in Belgium for Holocaust denying and inciting violence and reveling in pro-Nazi ideas. And the material that Bill White posted was Mr. Van Langenhoven seeking support and donations to help him avoid accountability for his words and actions. Religious-based violence in attacks on the Mr. White's work in the past might qualify him Brussels and Paris to serve in some capacities. And the Belgian government, I'm not saying there isn't a position, working hard to one that doesn't require diplomacy, where his skills might be necessary. Of anti-Semitism, but in this particular appointment is an insult, as far as I know, to Belgium, a nation that is trying to deal with a deep, deep challenge in anti-Semitism. For the United States to send as an ambassador for Holocaust denying and inciting violence, someone who has platformed the far-right material that Prodigy, Bill White, who's received a prison term for inciting anti-Semitic violence, is a slap in the face to help him avoid this important ally. His words and actions. I started by saying I'm worried that the fact that this nomination is being slid into the middle of a big block of nominations means it won't get the attention. I'm not saying there isn't a position. Traditionally, on a nomination like this, we might get 1 or 2 hours on the floor to focus on this particular individual. Appointment. My colleague, Senator Merkley, as we were discussing the change that allowed block nominations, proposed an alternative where you could remove a name from the block if you wanted to actually have some ability to focus on it. And that effort was unsuccessful. The far-right prodigy. But I want to raise this today. This is already getting press in Belgium. Is a slap in the face. The hearing itself of this, where it came to light that Mr. White was platforming Dries Van Langenhoven, is getting press in Belgium. The fact that this nomination is being press into the middle of a big elsewhere in Europe means it won't get the and it's being examined as to, well, wait, how does the U.S. feel about this country and this relationship? How does the U.S. feel about qualifications for diplomats of someone, this particular individual, who is so intemperate in his speech, but also his platform discussing Belgian Holocaust and allowed block nominations, gets the plum position to be our ambassador to Belgium from the block if you wanted to. And so my hope, and in life I've often learned that effort was high hopes is great, and so is low expectations. And I will say, in standing here today, I stand here with high hopes and low expectations. My hope is that some of my Republican colleagues might look at this and say, this is a bridge too far. Mr. White was platforming. This is too important a country. And anti-Semitism is too important an issue. It's getting press to send elsewhere in Europe with the imprimatur of U.S. ambassador into this ally of the United States, somebody who is platforming and promoting an anti-Semitic Holocaust denying convicted criminal. Who is so that is my hope in his speech, but also that when we have this vote later in the week, we might decide that the United States can do better by our ally. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. And so my hope, and in life I've often learned that high hopes is great, and so is low expectations. And I will say, in standing here today, I stand here with high hopes and low expectations. My hope is that some of my Republican colleagues might look at this and say, this is a bridge too far. This is too important a country, and anti-Semitism is too important an issue to send with the imprimatur of U.S. ambassador into this ally of the United States, somebody who is platforming and promoting an anti-Semitic, Holocaust-denying, convicted criminal.
Senator from Virginia.
And that is my hope.
The clerk will call the roll.
That when we have this vote later in the week, we might decide that the United States can do better by our ally. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
The absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Louisiana.
are we in a quorum?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, hurricane season ends November 30th, 2 months left to go. Last week marked the first anniversary of Hurricane Helene, and I see from reports that the area of North Carolina most affected is still terribly affected. It was such a severe storm that people in Louisiana went from Louisiana to help North Carolina and other states with their emergency operations on the ground. This weekend saw 2 Category 4 storms churning in the western Atlantic. Thankfully, they did not hit, or they do not appear they'll hit our coast. Still, the storms remind people in Louisiana and other states that flooding is not a matter of if, but rather when.
Are we in a quorum?
Now, Democrats, as we know, are pushing us towards a government shutdown.
Without objection.
What does that mean for the National Flood Insurance
season
Program?
ends November
Imagine
30th,
you're about to
2 months
close
left to go.
on a house
Last week
in
marked
2
the
days,
first anniversary
and
of
the
Hurricane
bank
Helene.
requires you to have flood insurance.
And I see from reports
If you're in a special
that
flood
the
hazard
area of North
area,
Carolina
by the way,
most
over half
affected
of
is
Louisiana
still terribly
is a
affected.
special flood hazard area.
It was such a severe
and you're
storm that
purchasing a
people in
house with
Louisiana
help
went
from a
from
federally
Louisiana
backed loan.
to help
You will not be closing
North
on that
Carolina and
house.
other states with their
Nor will you be able
emergency
to
operations on the
renew
ground.
your existing policy.
This weekend saw 2
All
Category
because
4
Democrats have
storms
rejected
churning
a
in the
clean,
western Atlantic.
continuing resolution to
Thankfully,
keep
they
the
did
government
not
open.
hit, or they do not
Let me
appear to hit
repeat.
our coast.
They are walking
the
away from a
storms
bill
remind people in
that
Louisiana
simply
and other
extends
states
the existing
that flooding
budget
is not a
for
matter
7
of
weeks
if,
to allow
but rather
further
when.
negotiation.
Now,
Instead,
Democrats,
they demand
as
a
we know,
highly
are pushing us
partisan
towards
bill,
a government
which would
shutdown.
add more than $1 trillion
What does
to our
that
nation's
mean
debt.
for the National
They
Flood
want
Insurance
taxpayer-funded health care for
Imagine you're
illegal
about to
immigrants,
close on a
transgender
house
surgery for minors,
in 2 days.
and to cut
And
$50
the
billion
bank requires you to
from
have
the
flood
Rural
insurance.
Hospital Fund
If you're in a special
Republicans
flood
created
hazard
as part of
area,
our
by the
Working
way, over
Families
half
Tax
of
Cuts
Louisiana
bill.
is a
Now,
special flood hazard area. And
Back
you're
to flood
purchasing
insurance.
a house with
Americans are
help
left
from a
wondering how a
federally backed
shutdown
loan.
will affect it.
You will not be closing
While
on that
Democrats
house.
are writing checks
Nor
to
will
the
you be
far
able to
left,
renew your
folks are
existing
wondering if
policy.
they can control,
All
if they can
because
close on their
Democrats
house.
have rejected a
Now, I'll
clean,
tell you what the
continuing
American people care
resolution
about.
to
They want the
keep
government to do
government
its job.
Let me
They want
repeat.
disaster recovery
They
when
want-
needed.
they're walking
They
away
want
from
flood
a bill
insurance that works.
simply
They want rural
extends the
hospitals to
existing
stay open.
budget
They
for
want
7
energy
weeks
security and
to
a
allow
balanced
further
budget,
negotiation.
not trillion-dollar
Instead,
add-ons that only
they
serve
demand
a political
highly
agenda.
partisan bill, which
Mr.
would add more
President, the
than
American
$1
people deserve
trillion to
accountability.
our nation's
They
debt.
expect
They
Congress
want
to put their needs
taxpayer-funded
before
health care
partisan
for
politics.
illegal immigrants,
If this
transgender
shutdown
surgery for
happens,
minors,
it means that
and
the
to
National
cut
Flood Insurance
$50
Program
billion
cannot renew
from the
policies.
Rural Hospital
That's
Fund
500,000 people in
Republicans
Louisiana,
created as part of
millions
our
across the
Working
country
Families Tax
unable to
Cuts
renew
bill.
policies
Now,
while we're still in hurricane season.
Back to flood
It'll mean
insurance.
delays in
Americans are
disaster
left
aid
wondering
and
how a shutdown
emergency
will affect
response coordination.
While
It means
Democrats
uncertainty
are
for
writing
families
checks
still
to the far
recovering
left,
from
folks
Hurricane
are wondering
Helene
if
and
they
other
can
past
control-
storms.
if they can close on
Now,
their
this
house.
is personal for folks in
Now,
my
I'll tell you
state.
what the American people care
If
about.
Democrats would
They want the
stop
government to do
trying
its
to
job.
please
They
the
want
fringe of their
disaster
party
recovery when needed.
and start
They
focusing
want
on the
flood
real
insurance that
immediate
works.
needs of the
They want
American
rural
people,
hospitals
like
to
keeping
stay
the
open.
government open,
They want
maintaining
energy
flood
security and a
insurance,
balanced
protecting
budget,
access
not
to rural
trillion-dollar
health care,
add-ons that
we
only
can
serve
solve
a
this
political
today.
agenda.
So I ask, Mr. President,
The
my
American
fellow
people deserve accountability.
senators who are Democrats,
They expect Congress
who are you
to
working
put their
for?
needs before
Are you
partisan
working for the
politics.
American families watching
If
the
this
weather,
shutdown happens,
hoping the
it
next
means that the
storm
National
doesn't
Flood
wipe out
Insurance
everything they
Program
built?
cannot renew
Are you
policies.
working for veterans
That's
waiting on
500,000
care?
people in
The
Louisiana,
seniors relying on
millions
Social
across the
Security
country,
checks?
unable to renew
Are the
policies
communities
while we're
who
still
count
in
on
hurricane
rural
season.
hospitals in a
There'll be
crisis?
delays in disaster
Or
aid
are you
and
working for
emergency
political
response
activists
coordination?
and special
It means
interest groups
uncertainty for
that have
families
nothing
still
to do
recovering
with the
from
lives of the
Hurricane Helene and
people
other
you were
past
elected to
storms.
serve?
Now, this
Mr.
is
President,
personal for
the
folks
path
in my
forward is
state.
simple. Pass a
If
clean
Democrats
bill
would stop
to keep the
trying
government
to
open.
please the fringe
Now,
of
Mr.
their
President,
party
I ask
and start
unanimous
focusing
consent
on the
that
real
the next portion be
immediate
entered
needs of the
separately
American
into the
people,
record.
like
Without
keeping the
objection.
government open, maintaining flood insurance, protecting access
Mr. President,
to rural health care.
middle-class Americans are
We can
taking it
solve
on the
this.
chin.
So I ask my fellow
You ask
senators
anybody
who are
buying
Democrats.
groceries?
Who are
And
you
you start talking
working
about
for?
high grocery prices?
While you're working for
their
the
heads just start
American
to nod.
families, watching the weather,
American farmers
hoping
can't hire
the
workers
next
to pick their
storm doesn't
crop.
wipe out
Farm
everything
products
they
are being tariffed.
While you're
Beef
working for
and
veterans
coffee
waiting on
prices
care,
are through the
the
roof.
seniors relying on
For the
Social
first time
Security
ever
checks,
seen since it's
are
been
the
tracked,
communities who
ground
count
beef
on
is
rural
over $6 a
hospitals
pound,
during crisis?
and it keeps rising.
Or are you working for
To put that in
political
perspective,
activists
it
and
was under
special interest
$4
groups
when
that
President
have
Trump
nothing to
left
do
office in
with the lives of the
2021.
people
you were
And,
elected to serve.
and people can't afford to
President,
live
the path
if you
forward is
combine the
simple.
cost of the
Pass
things
a
they
clean
absolutely
bill
need.
to keep the
Their health
government
care,
open.
their flood insurance,
Mr. President,
property and
I ask
casualty or
unanimous
homeowners
consent
insurance,
that
car
the next
insurance,
portion be
mortgages,
entered
car
separately
payments.
into the record.
After
objection.
that, they're sitting around an empty kitchen table worried
Mr. President,
as to whether
middle-class
there is
Americans
enough
are
left
taking
in
it
their
on the chin.
pocketbook to buy the groceries to feed their family.
You ask anybody buying groceries?
Now, with
And you start talking about high
67%
grocery
of Americans
prices,
saying they're
their
living
heads just
paycheck
start
to
nod.
paycheck, you
American
can
farmers
imagine
can't
how many
hire workers
empty
to pick
kitchen
their
tables
cotton.
there are.
Foreign products are being tariffed.
Last week, I
Beef
got a
and
message
coffee
from a woman
prices
in my
are
state
through the
who
roof.
lives on the
For
north
the
shore
first
of
time
Lake
ever
Pontchartrain.
seen since it's been tracked.
She told me this is the
ground
problem
beef
she's
is over
facing.
$6 a
She can't
pound,
afford to
and it
live
keeps
and
rising.
to pay for her groceries.
To put that in perspective,
By the way, she's a
it was
teacher.
under
Good job.
$4 when President Trump
Been
left
for 26
office in
years.
2021.
But she can't
And
afford to live
people
and
can't
pay for
afford to live
groceries.
if you combine the
The
cost
middle
of the
class
things
is
they
taking it on
absolutely
the chin.
need. Their health care,
And a lot of
their flood
Americans are in the same
insurance,
situation
property
as
and
she
casualty,
is.
or homeowners insurance,
No matter how
car
hard they work,
insurance, mortgages,
know how
car
many
payments.
jobs they
After
work,
that,
sometimes
they're sitting
2 or
around an
3,
empty kitchen
they
table,
can't keep up.
worried
Now, since
as to
2000,
whether there is
housing
enough left in
demand
their
has
pocketbook
grown more than
to buy
housing
the
supply.
groceries to feed their family.
Roughly 46%
Now,
of
with
Americans let their
67%
credit card
of
payments roll
Americans saying
over
they're living paycheck
month to
to
month
paycheck,
because
you
they
can imagine how
cannot
many
afford
empty
to
kitchen
pay in
tables there
full.
are.
That's almost
Last week, I
50%
got a
of
message
people in the
from
United
a woman
States
in my
are
state
not
who
paying their
lives
credit
on
card
the North
bills,
Shore of
and that's
Lake
with 21%
She
to
told me this is the problem
26%
she's
interest
facing.
rates on that.
She can't afford to
Almost a
live
quarter of
and to pay for
Americans
her
don't think they will
groceries.
ever pay
By
off
the way, she's a teacher.
their credit
Good
card
job.
debt. And,
Been for 26
and
years.
the hole keeps getting
But she
deeper.
can't afford
Now,
to live
Republicans are
and pay
trying
for
to address
groceries.
this. In the Working Families
middle
Tax
class
Cuts
is
bill,
taking it on
we
the chin.
increase wages
And a lot
by
of Americans are in the
eliminating
same
taxes
situation
on
as
tips
she
and
is.
taxes on
No matter
overtime.
how hard the work,
Most seniors
no
will
matter
not
how
pay
many
taxes on their
jobs they
Social
work,
Security payments.
sometimes 2 or
We
3,
increase the child
they can't
tax
keep
credit.
up.
We
Now, since
incentivize
2000,
companies to start building in the
housing
United
demand has
States
grown
now
more than housing
instead of
supply.
waiting for 10 years.
Roughly
We attract
46%
private
of
investment into
Americans let their
low-income
credit card
communities
payments roll
by
over
giving investors a
month to
tax
month
break in
because
exchange
they
for developing
cannot
economically
afford to pay
distressed
in full.
communities.
That's
Our goal is
almost
to
50%
create jobs,
of people in the
better
United
paying
States
jobs,
are not paying
as
their
we
credit
spur
card
this
bills.
revitalization.
And that's with 21%
We can increase
to
affordable housing for
26%
families and
interest
workers
rates on that.
by expanding and
Almost a quarter
strengthening
of
the
Americans don't think they will ever
low-income
pay
housing
off
tax credit,
their
which will
credit
help
card debt.
build more than
And-
1.6
and
million
the hole keeps
affordable
getting
homes
deeper.
nationwide over the
Now,
next
Republicans
decade.
are trying to address this. In the Working
Again,
Families
we
Tax
give
Cuts
tax
bill,
incentives
we
now
increase
for those better
wages
paying
by
manufacturing
eliminating
and
taxes
construction
on
jobs.
tips and
We're
taxes
working
on
to
overtime.
decrease the high
Most
cost of
seniors
health
will
care
not pay taxes on their Social Security
with, if you will,
payments.
programs to
We increase the child
incentivize
tax
the
credit.
education of more
We
nurses,
incentivize
to lower the
companies
cost
to
of
start
prescription
building in
drugs,
the United
and to
States
lower the
now
cost of health insurance.
instead of waiting for 10 years. We attract
We have
private
proposed
investment into
ways
low-income
to lower the
communities
cost of the
by giving
National Flood
investors a
Insurance
tax break
Program,
in
which
exchange
in
for
my state
developing
is one
economically
thing that
distressed
just
communities.
saps from
Our
people's
goal is to
pocketbook.
create jobs.
Now, the government
better
shutdown
paying
will not help.
jobs as we
It creates
spur this
unnecessary worry,
revitalization.
puts a strain
We
on
can
working
increase
families,
affordable
veterans,
housing
and
for
folks
families
living
and
on a fixed
workers
income.
by expanding
The American
and
middle
strengthening
class
the
is
lower
taking it on the
income-
chin.
The low-income housing
Republicans
tax
are
credit,
working
which will help
to give the American
build
people
more
hope
than 1.6
instead of one
million
more body blow.
affordable homes
And with that, I
nationwide
yield.
over the next decade. Again, we give tax incentives now for those better paying
President,
manufacturing
the senator from
and construction
Louisiana.
jobs. We're working to decrease the high cost of health care with, if you will, programs to incentivize
Well,
the
Mr.
education of more
President,
nurses, to lower the cost of prescription drugs.
It looks
and to
like
lower
we're
the
going to
cost
have a
of health
shutdown.
insurance. We have proposed ways to lower the cost
What
of
does
the
that
National
tell
Flood
us?
Insurance Program, which in my state is
I'll
one
tell you
thing
what it tells
that just
me.
saps from people's pocketbooks.
It's
Now, the government shutdown will not help.
simply that
It
much
creates
more
unnecessary
evidence
worry, puts a strain on on working families,
that
veterans,
human
and folks living on a
evolution
fixed
is
income.
a slow,
The American
slow
middle class has
process.
taken it on the chin. Republicans are working
I
to
thought
give the American
humans
people hope
had
instead
advanced
of one more body blow.
more
And with
as
that,
a
I yield.
species, but apparently we haven't.
Mr. President.
What do I
the
mean
senator
by a
from
shutdown?
Louisiana.
Well, we can't keep government open without a budget. And
Well,
tonight
Mr.
at
President,
midnight, our current budget expires.
Looks like we're going to have a shutdown.
Unless we vote to maintain the status quo and
What does that
continue
tell
the
us?
current budget as we negotiate a new
I'll tell
one.
you what it tells me.
Many of my Democratic friends say, well, what's the problem? The
Simply that
Republicans
much
are in
more
charge.
evidence
The president's a
that
Republican,
human
and the Republicans have a
evolution is a
majority in the
slow,
Senate, and the
slow
Republicans have a
process.
majority in the House. What's the problem? they know what the problem
humans
is.
had advanced.
We can't pass a
more as
budget. We
species.
can't keep government open
But
just with
apparently we
Republican votes here in the Senate. We only
What do
have
I mean by
53
shutdown?
Republicans. We
Well,
need
we can't
7
keep
Democrats
government
to
open
join
without a
with
budget.
us. So for my Democratic
And tonight
colleagues
at
to say,
midnight, our
well,
current
the
budget
Republicans are in charge and they don't
expires
need us, they know
unless
that's
we
not
vote
accurate. And that's what's going
to
on.
maintain the status quo.
Now, we've had
and
a few
continue the
shutdowns
current
before,
budget
and
as
every
we
shutdown is
negotiate
different.
a new
But
one.
most shutdowns are,
Many of my
they are a
Democratic friends say,
combination
well, what's the problem?
of both policy
The Republicans are in
and
charge.
politics in
The
varying
president's a
degrees.
Republican, and the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, and the
This
Republicans have a
shutdown,
majority in the
in
House.
terms
What's
of
the problem?
policy,
They know
makes
what the problem is.
absolutely no sense.
We can't pass a budget.
None.
We can't keep government
What
open.
we have proposed
just
to our
with
Democratic
Republican
colleagues
votes
and
here
the
in
minority
Senate.
leader,
we only have
Senator
53
Schumer,
Republicans.
is to make no changes
We
to
need
the current
7
budget.
Democrats to join with us.
We just want to
So for my
continue the
Democratic
current
colleagues
budget
to say,
and keep
well,
government
the
open
Republicans are in charge and
until
they don't
just
need us.
before
They know
Thanksgiving
that's not
to
accurate.
give us more time
And that's what's
to
going
negotiate a permanent budget.
Now, we
did
did
that
that
many
many
times
times
when
and
President
every shutdown
Biden
is different.
was president.
But most shutdowns
And
are,
when the
they
Democrats
are
had
a
the majority.
combination
In fact, we did it
of
13
both
times.
policy
Not only have
and
Republicans
politics
done it,
in varying
but
degrees.
Democrats have routinely done it. But this time,
This shutdown,
the Democrats
in terms
have
of
said, no, no,
policy,
no, no, no.
makes absolutely
We want more.
no sense. And you may be
None.
thinking, okay, what
That's
we have
reasonable.
proposed
What do you
to our
want?
Democratic colleagues
Well, it's
and
not
the minority
reasonable.
leader, Senator Schumer,
In effect,
is to make no change.
what the Democrats are saying
to us, we just want to
is that we're
continue
going to
the current
close
budget
government
and keep government open
unless you
until
agree,
just before
you
Thanksgiving
Republicans agree to make
give
it
us
bigger.
more time to negotiate a permanent
We
budget.
don't want the status quo.
We did that many
We
times.
want you to
when
commit
President Biden
to spending
was president.
$1.5
And when the
trillion
Democrats had the majority. In
more
fact, we
than
did
you're
it 13
spending
times.
now.
Not only have Republicans
And we,
done it,
the Democrats are
but
saying,
Democrats
are going to
have
tell you how to
routinely
spend
done
it.
But
First,
this time,
they want us to
the
repeal
Democrats have said no,
all
no,
of the
no, no, no.
Medicaid reforms
We
that we
want
did
more.
in the reconciliation
And
bill.
you may be thinking, okay,
Some call it
that's
the One Big
reasonable.
Beautiful
What do you
Bill.
want? Well,
The
it's
One
not
Big Beautiful Bill would
In
not
effect,
reduce Medicaid.
what
In
the
fact, it would
Democrats
go
are
up about
saying to
2%
us
every year as a result
is
of
that
our
we're
bill.
going to
But it would
close
say to
government.
people who are on Medicaid who
Unless
aren't
you
eligible for
agree,
Medicaid
you
that you're not going
Republicans
to get
agree to make it
Medicaid
bigger.
anymore. Dual eligible
want the
people who
status
sign
quo.
up in Louisiana
We
and
want you to
Mississippi,
commit
that's
to
fraud.
spending
Under our bill, they would be
$1.5
thrown off.
trillion.
The Democrats
more than
want
you're
to put back
spending
on.
now.
Under our
And
changes
we,
in the One
the
Big
Democrats
Beautiful
are
Bill
saying, are gonna tell
that
you
the
how to
Democrats
spend.
want us to reverse, you would
First,
have
they want
to
us to
satisfy
repeal
certain income
all of the
levels
Medicaid
to be on
reforms
Medicaid.
that we did in the
The law says
reconciliation
if you make
bill.
too much money, you
Some
can't
call
get
it-
Medicaid.
call it the
because
One Big
Medicaid
Beautiful
is for
Bill.
the poor. In my state, we
The
have
One
found
Big
people
Beautiful Bill
through audits making
would not
$120,000
reduce Medicaid.
a year
In
on
fact, it
Medicaid.
would go up about 2%
So
every
our
year
bill,
as a result
which the
of our
Democrats
bill.
want us to
But it
repeal,
would say
after
to
just
people who are on
passing it,
Medicaid
would say to
who
those
aren't
people
eligible for
that if you don't
Medicaid,
meet the
that you're
income
not gonna
limits,
get Medicaid
if you don't
anymore.
meet the income limits, you can't get
Dual
Medicaid.
eligibles, people who
So
sign
that's
up in
that's the
Louisiana
first demand
and
of the
Mississippi.
Democrats.
That's
Take
fraud.
out all the reforms
Under
that
our
we made
bill,
to
they would be thrown
Medicaid
off.
in the reconciliation bill
Democrats
and throw them
want
out
to
the
put
window.
back on. Under
Number
our
two,
changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill,
they
that
want
the
to
Democrats
extend
want
the
us to
Obamacare
reverse,
subsidies.
you would have to
What does that
satisfy
mean?
certain income levels.
Well, first, let
to
me
be
say,
on Medicaid.
Obamacare
The
was
law
a
says
mistake,
if you
and
make
we
too
know
much
that
money,
now.
you can't get
When
Medicaid.
President Obama
Because
passed
Medicaid is for
Obamacare,
the poor.
we
In
were
my
told
state,
that
we have found people
our lives would
through
be better.
audits making
Our lives have been worse.
$120,000
We were
a
told
year
that it
on
would make
Medicaid.
health insurance more
So
accessible
our bill
and more
which
affordable.
The Democrats want
It's
us
done
to
neither.
repeal after just passing it.
On
would say to
the,
those people that if you don't meet the
non-Medicaid
income
part
limits,
of Obamacare,
if you don't meet the income
we've
limits,
got can't get I don't know, 20, 25
so
million
that's
Americans
the first demand
who are
of the
accessing
Democrats.
it.
Take out all the reforms
And for the
that
most
we
part,
made
about
in Medicaid
90% of them are
in the
low-income
reconciliation
Americans.
bill and throw them out the window.
But the rest, are making huge sums of money. They want to extend some are making $160,000 a year getting Obamacare subsidized by taxpayers. First, let me say, Obamacare... And that's not the way it was supposed to be. How did we get here? Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, Obamacare, when people were being laid off or losing their jobs and couldn't work, President Biden ran through a bill that would make health insurance more accessible, enlarge the subsidies. He took cap off the amount that you needed to earn in order to get Obamacare. The non-Medicaid part of Obamacare. And those subsidies at the end of this year are about to run out. 25 million Now, the Republicans have said, we'll sit down with our Democratic friends and talk about how to extend them. Of them are low-income Americans. We want to reform the program. But the rest, because it's not right, are making that people making $125,000, $150,000, $250,000, $200,000 a year getting Obamacare are getting their health insurance subsidized by the federal government. It's supposed to be. That's bone deep down to the mayor stupid. Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, the Democrats, when people Senator Schumer and his colleagues have said, no, we will shut government down unless you agree automatically to extend these subsidies, which were passed during the pandemic, after the pandemic is over, to get Obamacare permanently. And those subsidies, and that's just some of my colleagues' demands. I mean, you need an Excel with our Democratic friends and talk to be able to follow their demands. Their demands to keep government open. You stack them here, you could stand on them and paint the ceiling. And that's not much of an exaggeration. And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when their health insurance subsidized by the federal government in a nanosecond. That's bone deep down to the mayor stupid. Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, are very smart people. Colleagues have said no, and Senator Schumer is a smart person. Down unless and he knew when he announced these demands to extend these subsidies, I could tell he wasn't serious. He knew they were during the pandemic, and he knew that neither the president nor the other members of Congress were going to accept them. And you know what? Some of many Democrats know they're unreasonable as well. So that's why I say the policy part of this to be able to follow their demands to keep government open. You stack them here, you can stand on them and paint the ceiling. And that's not much of an exaggeration. It's about politics. And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when I knew. Just like the human experience changes over time. Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues are very smart people. So is the Democratic Party. And Senator Schumer is a smart person. And there is a wing announced these demands of the Democratic Party. I call it the socialist wing. He knew they were unserious. And some less charitable people or the other members of the moon wing of the Democratic Party. And you know what? Many Democrats, and they are in charge right now, they're unreasonable as well. And so the non-socialist Democrats make absolutely no sense. And this particular wing of the Democratic Party that's in the ascendancy, this shutdown. What do they believe? They believe they try to out-weird each other all the time. Parties change. They hate, if you listen to them, they hate Thomas Jefferson. The human experience. They hate Abraham Lincoln. They hate George Washington. Political parties. They hate Dr. Seuss. My parties. They hate Mr. Potato Head. So is the Democratic Party. They think our kids a wing should be able to change genders back and forth at recess. Kids. Some less charitable people, and if it's their preference, should be able to undergo sex change operations while minors paid by you, the taxpayers. And the non-loon, non-socialist they believe in open borders. Are scared to death of them. They believe that if you support wing of the Democratic Party, which says you have to be vetted to come into our country, they believe if you support the law, that's you're out-weird each other all the time. I think if you support the law, you're being hated. If you listen to them, they hate Thomas Jefferson. They hate and my Democratic friends are about to elect a new mayor. They hate in New York City. They think our kids. He's a self-avowed socialist. Back and forth at recess. Kids. He has said if the Prime Minister of Israel comes to New York City, he will have him arrested. Operations wild miners paid by you. This is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't
They
think
believe
that
in
for a
open
second.
borders.
And I know many of my Democratic
They
colleagues
believe
here
that if you support
but
the law,
the loon wing,
which says you have
the
to be dead
socialist
to come
wing,
into
the
our country.
angry
If you
Gary
support the law,
Busey
you're a
wing
racist.
of the Democratic Party is
I
in
think if you support the
ascendancy.
law, you're being
And they've
proven.
got a lot of power.
But they believe in open borders.
Enormous amount of power.
And my Democratic
And many of my
friends are
Democratic
about to
colleagues in the
elect
Senate are scared
a
of
new
it.
mayor.
And the loon
in,
wing is mad at
in,
many of my
New
Democratic
York City, who
colleagues
is a
in the
member
Senate.
of the
They
loon
shouldn't
wing.
be, but they are.
He's a
And therefore,
self-avowed
many of my
socialist.
Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of the loon
He said
wing.
if,
And they want the
if
loon
the Prime
wing to
Minister
love
of
them.
Israel comes
The loon
to
wing
New York
will
City,
never
he will
love
have
them.
him arrested.
They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do
This is not the
is.
majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't
But that's
think
why
that for a second.
I say
and
this
I
is
know
a
many of my
political decision,
Democratic
and that's why
colleagues here don't.
we're going to shut
don't
government
believe
down.
it.
Now,
But
once you
the
shut
loon
government
wing,
down,
the socialist
unless
wing,
you're prepared
the
to leave
angry
it shut down
Gary
permanently, and
Busey
maybe
wing
my Democratic
of the
colleagues
Democratic
are, but I
Party
don't
is
think
in
so.
ascendancy.
I
And they've
still,
got a
maybe
lot
I'm
of
naive,
power.
but I still think too many of
Enormous
my
amount of power.
Democratic colleagues in the Senate
And
know
many of
better.
my Democratic colleagues. in the
Once you
Senate
shut
are
the
scared.
government down, you got to get back open.
And the loon wing is mad at many.
How
of
are they
my
going to get it
Democratic
back open?
colleagues
We're not
in the
going to
Senate.
agree
They
to their
shouldn't be, but
demands.
They are.
$1.5
And therefore,
trillion.
many of my Democratic colleagues.
They
in
know
the
we're not
Senate
going to agree to it.
are
So
scared
how
of the
is
loon
my
wing.
friend Senator
And they want
Schumer
the
going to
loon
get
wing
government
to
back
love
open?
them.
You know, there's a famous
The loon
movie
wing
line.
will
I don't
never
remember
love
the
them.
movie.
They're better off doing the right thing.
I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington.
But
He's
that's
what,
why
he's what
I
cool
say this
looks
is a
like.
political decision.
Guy's
And that's
awesome.
why we're going to shut
He's a total ball.
Now, once you shut
I love
government
Denzel
down,
Washington.
unless
But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain,
my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't
if you
think
pray
so.
for rain, you
still-
better
maybe
be
I'm naive,
prepared
but
to
I
deal
still
with the
think too many
mud.
of my Democratic colleagues in the
And
Senate
truer
know
words
better.
were never spoken.
Once you shut the government
So
down, you
if
got to
you
get
want
back
to shut
open.
down, I say to my
How they gonna get
Democratic
it back
friends,
open? We're not
you
going to
better
agree to their
be prepared
demands.
to deal with the mud.
$1.5
How you going to get
trillion?
it back open?
They know we're not
How
going to
you
agree
gonna
to
get it back
So
open?
how is my friend Senator
I wouldn't
Schumer
want to be
gonna
in
get
their
government
shoes
back open?
to
You know,
have
there's
to
a
make
famous
that
movie
decision.
line. I don't remember the movie.
Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people.
He's what cool looks
especially
like.
our elderly. It breaks
Guy's
my
awesome.
heart. All of us
he's
get
a
phone calls
total
from folks
ball.
scared
I
to
love
death.
Denzel
They're not going to get their social
But anyway, I
security
think he
check, or
said
they're
in
not
one
going to be able
movie,
to
if you
see
pray
their
for
doctor,
rain,
and it just breaks my heart. So
If
I
you
want
pray
to
for
give them a
rain,
little bit of
you
assurance.
better be prepared
During
to
the
deal with the
shutdown,
mud.
the executive branch will be in charge.
Truer words were never spoken.
And
So if
the
you
Trump
wanna shut
administration
down,
is not going to do
I say to
anything
my
to hurt our
Democratic
elderly.
friends,
I want to
you better
assure
be
them of that.
prepared to deal
If
with
you're
the mud.
receiving a
How you
Social
gonna get
Security
it back
check
open?
or Medicare or
How you
Medicaid
gonna
or a
get it back
veteran's
open?
disability, your
I
checks
wouldn't
are
wanna
going to
be in their
continue.
shoes
The
have
we
to
will
make
make
this
sure
next
that.
decision.
Trump administration will make sure
Let me
that.
just say
Government
a
may be
few
shut
words.
down, but essential
every time we do a
workers will
shutdown,
still be
it
there to
scares
make
the
sure
living
those
daylights
checks
out
are
of the
sent out.
American people.
If
Especially
you're
our
hungry
elderly, it breaks
and you don't
my
have the money to eat,
all of us get phone
we're
calls
not going to let
from
you starve
folks
to death.
scared to death.
The
They're not gonna get
administration is going to
Social
continue
Security
payments.
check, or they're not going to be able
We
to
call it,
see
some
their
people call it
doctor,
SNAP.
and it
I
just
call it
breaks my
food
heart.
stamps.
So I want to give
And
them a little
we will
bit of
continue the
assurance.
payments for the
During the shutdown,
women, infants,
the
and
executive
children's
branch
program.
will be in
Most of
charge.
us refer that to
And
WIC. You'll still get your
the
mail.
Trump
Don't worry
administration
about
is
that.
not gonna do
Postal
anything to
Service
hurt our elderly. I
will
want
be working through the
assure
shutdown.
them of that.
If you depend
If
for
you're
healthcare
receiving
on
a
your
Social Security
your Veterans
check or
Administration,
Medicare or
and
Medicaid or
VA
veterans
medical
disability,
centers, they're
your
going to
checks are
remain
gonna
open. So I don't want you to be scared
we will
about
make
that.
sure of that.
Now
Trump
you're going to notice
administration
an impact.
We'll make sure of that. Government may be shut down,
Probably
but essential work
work. We've got
We'll still be
2.5
there to make
million. Those checks are sent out. Federal
if you're
employees,
hungry
probably
and you don't have
750,000
money
are
to
going to be on the job.
We're not going to let
Under
you
the law,
starve
they
to
have to
death.
go home.
The
So you will
administration
notice
is
an
going to
impact.
continue payments.
You'll notice it in our
We call it,
parks.
some people call it SNAP.
You'll
I
notice
call
it in
food
our
stamps.
museums here in
we will
Washington.
continue the payments
If you're
for the
visiting,
women,
you'll notice
women,
it in
infants,
many
and
of the federal
children's
agencies.
programs. Most of us
That's
refer
the
back
law.
to
They
WIC.
can't come to work.
You'll still get
in
your
a
mail.
shutdown.
Don't
Doesn't
worry
matter
about
who
that.
initiates
Postal Service will
the shutdown.
be working through the shutdown.
You know,
if
we
you
still got a
depend
little
for
time.
healthcare on your
It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some VA medical some votes here. So I don't want you in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues. Now you're going to notice an impact. One last chance. Probably one last chance. $2.5 million to do the right thing. Federal employees, I certainly, $750,000. I certainly hope they accept it. Under the law, they have with that, Mr. President, so you will notice. Appreciate your patience, and I suggest it in our parks. The absence of a quorum. You'll notice it in our museums here in Washington. If you're visiting, you'll notice it in many of the federal agencies. That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. You know, we still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues one last chance. One last chance to do the right thing. And I certainly hope they accept it. With that, Mr. President, appreciate your patience, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Alsterbrooks.
President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Democrats do not want a shutdown. Democrats also do not want millions of American families to go bankrupt next year because their health care premiums more than double. And Democrats do not want people to get kicked off their health care, get sick, or even die. Democrats want to stop our rural hospitals from closing and laying off more staff. We have been clear about this for weeks and weeks and weeks. All along, Democrats have made clear we are ready to hammer out a solution to prevent a shutdown and save people's health care. But I'm afraid that at every step of the way, Republican leadership has made clear they would rather shut down the government than make sure people can afford health care.
Without objection.
Apparently, working with Democrats to save American families money and keep the government open is too much for Republican leadership, because their plan so far has been to let health care premiums double next year and insist that Democrats swallow a bill that does nothing on health care or even die. President Trump and Republicans in Congress would rather shut down the government than have serious negotiations to lower costs, save health care, and prevent a shutdown. All along, unfortunately, Republicans decided on the shutdown track weeks ago and have done nothing to steer away from that cliff. This is not hard to understand. But I'm afraid that Republican leadership has not been subtle. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have skipped town last week. Working with Democrats, and Speaker Johnson wouldn't be refusing to return lawmakers until after the funding deadline. If Republicans were serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be holding a vote on a bill that already failed, and that, I should say, actually got fewer votes than Democrats' bill, since 8 Republican senators didn't even bother to show up to take that vote. Would rather shut down the government. If Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they wouldn't be refusing to hold the vote until the last minute. Unfortunately, Republicans if Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, Trump wouldn't say, don't bother dealing with Democrats. He wouldn't shrug his shoulders and say, quote, if it has to shut down, it'll shut down. If Republicans were serious, if Republican leadership was serious about avoiding a shutdown, they would not have waited until the last possible moment to hold the meeting that could have happened weeks ago. And they would have listened and negotiated at that meeting instead of just saying my way or the highway. That already failed. And ask yourself this: if Donald Trump and Republican leadership were serious about preventing a shutdown, would Trump be tweeting out completely unserious AI videos riddled with lies, debunked conspiracies, and mariachi music? Hold the vote until the last minute. Would they be toying with the lives of public servants and threatening to fire more of them when they know the vital role that they all play in providing services to the American people? Quote, come on. If it has to shut down, the president is thrilled to be shutting things down and sowing division, not working to solve the problem. He's showing every day how unserious he is in this moment. That could have happened weeks ago. Or let's look at this another way. What would the Trump administration and Republicans be doing if they wanted a shutdown? Well, if President Trump and Republicans wanted a shutdown, they might be planning how to cause as much damage as possible. Planning how they would hurt women and children who need vital nutrition assistance. The administration might be planning to use a shutdown as a pretext to conduct more of the same mass firings we have seen for months and inflict more pain. Republicans might be openly talking about how Trump, quote, welcomes the shutdown and how they will use it to advance their extreme agenda. Exactly like Russ Vought and his team at OMB are doing and have been doing. If President Trump wanted a shutdown, he might be scheduling meetings with Democratic leaders only to cancel them and finally reschedule them at the latest possible moment. Exactly as he just did. If Republican leadership wanted a shutdown, they might mischaracterize what Democrats' position is because they know that refusing to lower costs and protect people's health care, which is what they've been doing, is not popular. And of course, mischaracterizing Democratic positions is exactly what Republican leadership have been doing. Republicans
Mr. President,
might be
I
openly
swear, the
talking
only way President Trump
about
knows
how
how to
Trump,
compose
quote,
a
welcomes
sentence
the shutdown and how
is
they will use
noun,
it to
verb,
advance their extreme
illegal
agenda.
immigrant. And hey, why not throw in
Exactly like
transgender
Russ
for
Vought
good measure?
and his
That
team
is how
at
he
OMB
aims
are
to sow
doing
division
and
and
have been
hatred.
doing.
Are they serious?
President Trump wanted to
American
shut down, he
citizens
might be
across the
scheduling
country are
meetings with
starting to get
Democratic leaders
letters
only to
now
cancel them and finally
warning
reschedule
that their
them at the
premiums
latest
are set
possible moment.
to double.
Exactly.
Hospitals
as he
are
just did.
already closing, laying
If
off staff,
Republican leadership
and not
wanted
for
to shut
no
down,
reason in
they might
particular. This
mischaracterize
healthcare
what
crisis
Democrats'
is happening
position is
explicitly
because they know that
because
refusing
of
to
Republican
lower
policy
costs
decisions.
and protect people's
Instead
healthcare,
of talking
which is
with
what they've
us
been
about
doing,
addressing
is
healthcare
not
from the
popular.
start, Republicans
And of
decided
course,
to pass a
mischaracterizing
partisan
Democratic positions
CR,
is exactly
and
what
they decided
Republican
they would
leadership
do
have been doing.
nothing about the fact that health care
Mr. President,
premiums
I
are
swear, the only
about
way President
to
Trump knows how to
skyrocket.
compose a
They
sentence
decided they
is
preferred a
noun,
shutdown
verb,
because they don't want to
illegal
act in
immigrant.
time to
And
prevent
hey, why
families
not throw in
from
transgender
paying
for good
dearly
measure? That
with
is
exploding
how he
health care
aims
costs.
to sow
Good luck
division and
explaining
hatred.
that to the American
Are they
people.
serious?
Good luck
American
arguing.
citizens across
Sorry,
the country
Republicans
are
left
starting
town
to
until
get
the 11th
letters
hour
now
and shut down the
warning
government.
that
But you
their
see, we wanted to make
premiums
sure
are
you
set
couldn't afford
to
health care.
double.
Good luck saying that to your
Hospitals are already
constituents.
closing,
Good luck
laying off
saying
staff,
you don't
and not
understand.
for
Those
no
radical
reason in
Democrats
particular.
demanded we
This
stop your
healthcare
premium
crisis
for
is
more than
happening
doubling next year.
explicitly
Just not going to fly.
because of
The
Republican
American
policy
people are a
decisions.
whole lot smarter than that.
Instead of talking with
And despite
us
all
about
this,
addressing
Republican
healthcare
leadership
from the
is
start,
pretending they want
Republicans
to
decided
talk
to
about
pass
health
a
care
partisan
later.
CR. And they
The
decided
reality
they would
Republicans
do
won't
nothing
talk about
the
is
fact
that higher
healthcare
premiums are being announced
about to
right
skyrocket.
now.
They decided
Let's be clear
they
about that
preferred
because
a
it
shutdown
underscores why
because they
addressing
don't want to act
health
in
care
time to
is
prevent
so
families
urgent.
from paying
The reason
dearly
we need
with
to start
exploding
this
healthcare
conversation
costs.
right now
Good luck
is because
explaining that
people
to the
will
American
receive
people.
letters in
Good
the
luck
mail
arguing
with their new
sorry
rates
Republicans left town
next
until the
month.
11th hour and shut
In
down the
Idaho,
government.
open
But you
enrollment
see,
will
we wanted
begin
to make sure you
October
couldn't afford
15th.
health care.
And we
Good
already
luck
know
saying
those
that to your
rates are going to be
constituents.
much higher
Good luck saying
if Republicans
you don't
insist
understand. Those
on
radical
inaction.
Democrats demanded we stop.
We
your
already know
premium
millions
for
of
more than
people are going
doubling
to start
next year.
losing their insurance.
It's not going to
They'll
fly.
be priced out
The
if we
American
don't get
people are
this
a
dealt
whole
with
lot
soon.
smarter than that.
It is worth
And
noting
despite all
that
this,
according to the
Republican
Kaiser
leadership
Family
is
Foundation,
pretending they want
a quarter
to talk about health care
of our farmers
later.
and ranchers are enrolled
The reality
through
Republicans
the
won't
health care
talk about
marketplace.
is that
And
higher
nearly
premiums
one
are
half of
being
marketplace
announced
enrollees are
right
small business
now.
owners, small
Let's
business
be clear
workers,
about that
or
because it
self-employed.
underscores why addressing
Why do Republicans
healthcare
want to
is
price
so
farmers out of
urgent.
health care?
The
Why don't
reason
they care
we need
about
to
small
start
businesses
this
and their workers?
conversation right now
I heard about one
is
family
because
in my home
people
state of
will
Washington who
receive
learned that
letters
if
in the mail
Republicans get their way
with
on
their
this,
new rates
their
next
health care
month.
premium could jump
In
from
Idaho, open enrollment will begin
$278 a month
October 15th.
to as much as
And we already know those rates are
$1,800 a
going to be
month.
much higher if
And they are far
Republicans
from alone
insist
in
on
staring down a
inaction.
huge
We already
health care
know
increase
millions of people are
if
going to start
Republicans
losing their
refuse to
insurance.
act now.
They'll be priced out if we don't
Millions
get this
of
dealt with
families are
soon.
going to see their health care
It is worth
costs
noting
jump by
that
thousands
according
of
to the
dollars.
Kaiser Family
That,
Foundation,
Mr. President, is why we have to
quarter-
act. That is why
quarter of our
Democrats want to
farmers and
avoid.
ranchers
That's
are
what we
enrolled
want to avoid.
through the
And we
healthcare
know
marketplace.
we have to do this
And
now.
nearly one half
But
of
still,
marketplace
Republican
enrollees
leadership
are
has
small business
refused
owners,
to start
small
that
business
conversation.
workers, or self-employed.
Meanwhile, Democrats
Why
are
do
at the table.
Republicans
We
wanna
have
price
ideas
farmers
ready
out
to
of
go.
healthcare?
Democrats
Why don't
put
they care
forward
about
our
small
proposal for
businesses and
funding
their
the
workers?
government,
I
not
heard about
as
one family in
Republicans
my
are
home state of
pretending as
Washington
a
who learned
take it
that
or
if
leave it
Republicans get
demand,
their way on
but
this,
a
their
proposal.
healthcare premium
One with
could
several
jump from
key issues we want to discuss
$278
with
a month
Republicans.
to as
We
much
want
as
to talk about how
$1,800
we
a
stop
month.
Republicans' Medicaid cuts
And they are far from
before our
alone
families
in
get
staring
kicked off
down
their
a
health care and
huge,
before
huge
Republicans Republicans
healthcare
cuts
increase
shutter
if
many of our
Republicans
rural
refuse to act
hospitals.
now.
We want to talk about how we can
Millions of
stop
families
Russ
are gonna see
Vought
their
from
healthcare
stealing
costs
money
jump by
for cancer
thousands of
research.
dollars.
And we
That,
want
Mr.
to talk
President, is
about
why we
how
have
we
to act.
save the
That
healthcare
is why
tax
Democrats
credits
want to
that tens
avoid.
of millions
That's what we
depend
want to
on
avoid.
before
And we know
those higher
we have to
premiums
do
kick
this
in
now.
and get locked
But
in
still,
before
Republican
families
leadership
decide they
has
just can't
refused
afford
to
this
start
coverage
that
in short
conversation.
before it's too
Meanwhile,
late.
Democrats
Because
are at the
if
table. We
Republicans
have ideas
insist on
ready to
sitting
go.
on their hands, if they
Democrats
decide to
put
wait
forward
until the
our
last
proposal for
minute
funding the
to
government,
finally work
not
with us
as
to save these
Republicans are
credits,
pretending as a
1.5
take it or leave it demand,
million
but a
Americans
proposal.
will lose
One
their
with
health care.
several key issues.
Again, that is
want
if
to
we
discuss
do
with
pass an
Republicans.
extension at the last
We
minute.
want to
If
talk
Republicans
about
never
how
get
we
serious
stop
about this at
Republicans'
all,
Medicaid
it is
cuts
going to be even
before our
worse.
families get kicked
But
off their
even
health care. And before
delay has a
Republicans
real cost here,
cuts
one that
shuttered
is
many
paid
of
for by
rural
our families.
hospitals.
So
We
it's
wanna talk
time
about how
for
we can
Republicans
stop
to get
Russ
serious.
Vought from stealing
Despite what
money
Republicans
for
are
cancer
pretending,
research.
Democrats are
And
not
we wanna
asking for
talk
the moon
about
here.
how we
We are
save the
literally
healthcare tax
just
credits
insisting
that tens
that
of
Congress
millions
take
depend on
action to
before
address
those
the
higher
looming
premiums
healthcare
kick in
crisis
and get
that
locked
they
in
themselves
before
caused.
families decide
It
they
is
just
shocking
can't
that
afford this
Republican
coverage.
leaders are
In
digging
short,
in so deep
before it's too late.
against this
Because
now.
if Republicans insist
nothing
on
changes,
sitting
that
on their
is a
hands,
pretty
if they
ominous
decide
sign.
to wait until the last
I
minute
hope,
to
despite the
finally work
completely
with us to
partisan
save
path
these credits,
Republicans are on right now,
1.5
they will come to their
million
senses and
Americans
come to the
will
table.
lose their health care.
Because I don't just want us to
Again,
keep the
that is
government
if we do
open
pass
with
an
a deal
extension at the
brokered by
last
both
minute.
sides. I
If
want to
Republicans
stop
never get
the
serious about
enormous
this at
price
all,
increase
it is going to be
that's
even
about to
worse.
hit our families.
But even
And I want us to
delay has a
ultimately
real
get
cost
those
here,
full
one that is
funding
paid for
bills,
by our
full
families.
funding year bills
So
that
it's
help
time
people.
for
I want those
Republicans
to get
serious.
signed into law.
Despite what Republicans are pretending,
Mr.
Democrats
President,
are
here
not
we are.
asking for the moon here.
And I
We
have
are
to say
literally
right now,
just insisting
what we see is
that
Russ
Congress
Vought trying to
take
hold
action
government workers
to
hostage.
address the looming
Right now,
healthcare
we have
crisis
House
that
Republicans
they
refusing to
themselves
even
caused.
come back here
It is
to do
shocking that
DDC to
Republican
do their
leaders are
jobs
digging
until
in
next week.
so deep
Right now, we
against
have
this
Senate
now.
Republicans replaying
If
a failed
nothing
vote.
changes, that is
Look,
a pretty
if
ominous
Republicans
sign.
want to
I
avoid a
hope,
shutdown,
despite the
like
completely
Democrats
partisan
want to
path
avoid a shutdown,
Republicans are on
then
right
stop
now,
spending
they will
so
come to
much
their
time
senses
saying you will
and
sit
come
down
to
with
the
us
table.
on health care
Because
later.
I don't just want us to keep
Spend
the
that time
government
working
open
with us right
with
now.
a deal brokered by both
But
sides.
if Republicans insist on writing a bill without any Democrats,
that's about to
they
hit
better
our
pass
families.
it without Democrats
And I want
too.
us to
Because I'm a
ultimately
no.
get those full funding
Democrats will
bills,
continue to
full
work
funding
to
year
keep
bills
government
that help
open and to
people. I
save
want those to
your
get signed
health care.
into law.
I'm ready to keep the government
So,
open,
Mr.
as I
President,
said
here we
many
are.
times over the last
And I
several
have to
weeks,
say right
and I'm
now,
ready and I'm willing
what
to
we see
stay at
is
the
Russ
table
Vought
for
trying to
as long
hold
as it
government
takes.
workers hostage.
The question
Right
here
now,
remains,
we have House Republicans
will
refusing to even come
Republican
back
leadership
here
get
to do
serious
DDC to
and
do their
negotiate?
jobs until next week.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Right
I
now,
yield
we
the
have
floor.
Senate Republicans replaying a failed vote. Look, if Republicans want to avoid a shutdown, like Democrats want to avoid a shutdown, then stop spending so much time saying you will sit down with us on health care later. Spend that time working with us right now. But if Republicans insist on writing a bill without any Democrats, they better pass it without Democrats too, because I'm a no. Democrats will continue to work to keep government open and to save your health care. I'm ready to keep the government open, as I said many times over the last several weeks, and I'm ready and I'm willing to stay at the table for as long as it takes. The question here remains, will Republican leadership get serious and negotiate? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader.
We in a quorum? No. I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of S-2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to reconsider the vote on passage of S-2882.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of S-2882. Upon reconsideration.
I ask for the yeas and nays. Mr. President.
Is there sufficient second?
We in a quorum?
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
I move to proceed
Ms.
to the motion
Alsobrooks,
to
Ms.
reconsider
Baldwin,
the vote
Mr.
on
Banks,
passage
Mr.
of
Barrasso, Mr. Bennett,
S-2882.
Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal,
question
Ms.
is on the
Blunt
motion.
Rochester,
All those
Mr.
in favor
Booker,
say
Mr.
aye.
Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd,
no.
Ms. Cantwell, Mrs.
The ayes appear to
Capito,
have it.
Mr.
The ayes do
Cassidy,
have it.
Ms. Collins,
The motion
Mr.
is agreed
Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto,
I
Mr.
move to
Cotton,
reconsider the
Mr.
vote on
Kramer,
passage
Mr.
of
Crapo,
S-2882.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of S-2882. Upon reconsideration.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Mr. Dane.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Dane. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Moran, Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. King, Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Moran, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Schatz, Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Capito, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Hall, Scott of South Carolina, Thune. Mr. Kelly, aye. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Schatz, Schumer. Senators voting in the negative: Capito, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Marshall, Hall, Scott of South Carolina, Thune. Mr. Kelly, aye.
Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. No. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Kane, Mr. Warner,
Aye.
Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Ernst,
Aye.
Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, Mr. Wyden. no. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Schmidt, aye. No. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville,
Mr.
no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Young, Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper,
Mr.
Murphy, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Schiff, Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Coons, Aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye.
Hello. Vote. On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, The bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
Mr. President.
The Senate will please be in order.
Mr. President, we have order, please.
Please take your conversations outside the chamber.
In a few minutes, the Senate is going to vote on the Republican partisan status quo bill. It's a partisan status quo bill. The Republican CR was the wrong option for America a week ago. It remains the wrong option today because it does nothing, absolutely nothing, to solve the biggest health care crisis in America. As we speak, tens of millions of Americans are getting letters in the mail informing them that their health care premiums are about to shoot up by an average of 114%. For a working-class family that needs health care, this is a huge increase. It's going to dramatically hurt them. And our Republican colleagues want to do nothing about it. 4 million people are about to lose coverage. 24 million people will see their health care costs go up. And even if you don't have ACA, the insurers are going to raise rates on you because they're getting so much less money because of all the cuts my colleagues made. This is a crisis. Now, I know the leader is going to show a poll that says that Democrats will be blamed for the shutdown. There are many more polls that show Republicans are blamed. The question in that poll is biased. Biased. In the New York Times, but it's biased. If you turn the That's true. I don't always believe the New York Times. You can be sure of that. Neither do you. Okay. But in any case, here's a poll from Morning Consult today. 75% of Americans support extending the tax premium credit. 63% of Republicans support it. And 45% of voters say they'll blame Republicans in Congress for a government shutdown. Only 32% blame Democrats. It's natural that people understand that Donald Trump and the Republicans want to shut down and Democrats do not. We need to deal with this health care crisis now, not later. But the Republican bill fails to do that. I urge my Republican colleagues instead to join with us, work in good faith to keep the government open, keep costs down. This is a totally partisan bill. Not once were we approached about what our input should be. When I was Majority Leader, 13 different times we passed CRs. Why? Because every single one of those 13 times we negotiated with Republicans to keep the government open. We still want to have those negotiations today. Democrats remain ready to get to work to negotiate a bipartisan agreement, a truly bipartisan agreement to keep the government open. But we need to fix our health care system now. We need to stop premiums from going up dramatically. We need to be on the side of the American people because they are on our side in terms of getting this health care crisis fixed, one created by the so-called big, beautiful bill, which they now want to change the name because they know it's so unpopular. In fact, Republican leaders are saying, don't talk about health care because they know that we are on their side and the Republicans are not. The issue can't wait. It must be dealt with now, not in November, when it'll be too late. The Republican CR is silent on health care and the wrong option for the country. It's as simple as that. Yield the floor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're down to the wire here. In just a moment, the Senate will vote on whether or not to keep the government open. Right here, 24 pages. Not partisan, not complicated, simple, straightforward, clean, nonpartisan, short term, till November the 21st so we can finish the appropriations process. Something I might add that never happened when the Democrats were in the majority. Last year, we never considered an appropriations bill on the floor, even though 11 of them were reported out of the Appropriations Committee. Not a single one on the floor. We want to fund the government to give our appropriators, Democrat and Republican, a chance to work on bills that have been coming out of the Appropriations Committee with big bipartisan margins. Pretty novel concept, right? Well, in just a moment, we're going to vote on whether to keep the government open. And all indications are the Democrats are going to reject the clean, nonpartisan funding extension here before us and choose to shut the government down. Now, Mr. President, my friend, the Democrat leader, and a number of other Democrats have spoken at length on many occasions about the pain that government shutdowns cause Americans. And since he mentioned it, I will show this poll. My handy. This is a poll right here, the New York Times. Oh, by the way, this morning the Democrat leader used one of my other charts. Thank you for doing that. It makes my point. I'm guessing he may be, you want to use this one? Maybe not. But this one is New York Times. And basically the question on views on whether Democrats should or should not shut down the government if their demands are not met. 65% should not, 27% should. Now, granted, I don't think the issue here is who gets the blame, who gets the political blame. That's not what this should be about. This issue, honestly, folks, is about the American people. But a lot of Democrats, a lot of Republicans, a lot of independents want us to keep the government open. So why are the Democrats doing this? As was mentioned 13 times when they had the majority, we did short-term continuing resolutions. Republicans delivered, voted with Democrats to fund the government. Well, I know why we're doing this, Mr. President. The Democrats' far left base said jump. And Democrat leaders said how high. But the far left's determination to oppose anything President Trump has ever said or done is not a good reason for subjecting the American people to the pain of a government shutdown. So I would say to my Democrat colleagues who still care more about their constituents than the dictates of far-left interest groups, think about what you're doing. Democrat leaders may be determined to take government funding hostage for their own partisan purposes. You don't have to join them. We can pass a clean, nonpartisan bill and get back to the business of the American people. Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question is on the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on passage of H.R. 5371.
The question's on the motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The question occurs on passage of the bill upon reconsideration.
Mr. President, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Thank you. Thank you. Warren, Workley. Smith. Gotcha. Thank you. I got you. Thank you.
I'm deferring to my junior self. Not as little cellmates.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I said you, but not the cellmate.
I did. Thank you. Peters. Thank you. Young. Kramer. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso.
Bozeman's next.
Good job.
Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Sullivan, good job. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. I got you, thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masta, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, King, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Langford, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Paul? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 55 and the nays are 45. The 60-vote threshold having not been achieved, the bill upon reconsideration is not passed.
President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. We just, for a second time, failed to pass a continuing resolution to allow the federal government to continue to operate. It's because we are coming to the end of the fiscal year. The appropriation bills have not all been approved, although almost all of them have been approved and approved by the Senate Committee on Appropriations, and several of them have been passed here in the United States Senate. This makes no sense to me. This is not a shutdown that makes any sense at all, and the American people, Kansans, deserve something different from the United States Senate. Every city council or commission, every school board, every local government office in my state passes a budget and then lives within that budget every year. Every local unit of government at home can figure this out, and the United States Senate is failing one more time. A shutdown means uncertainty. Shutdown means dysfunction. And the issue to me is this continuing resolution that would fund the federal government for 21 more days. I'm going to say that differently, till November the 21st. A short period of time is designed to avoid that dysfunction, to avoid that uncertainty. All that's required is that we pass a continuing resolution, 60 votes in the United States Senate, to keep government functioning so, and this is the reason it makes no sense to me, so that we can pass the remaining appropriation bills, all but one of which has been passed by the Senate Appropriations Committee, and most in hugely bipartisan ways. And for whatever purpose and for whatever reason I don't understand, that seems beyond our capability. I understand there are those who wish to bring other issues to this bill. Could we do one thing at a time, and when that one thing is as important as the continuing resolution, to do it right now, to do it yesterday, to do it tomorrow? We can't pass a continuing resolution because there are those who want to bring other issues into the bill. Could those other issues not be considered at a later time? Seems to me that passing appropriation bills, the federal government functioning, is one of the primary necessities and responsibilities of the United States Senate, of the Congress of the United States. This is simple and straightforward. Give us a few more weeks to process the remaining appropriation bills. Government continues to function while we do so. A continuing resolution, particularly long-term, is a crazy thing because it says we're going to fund the federal government at the same level in the same way that we did last year. And if it's multiple years of continuing resolutions, the same way we funded government the year before that. Does anyone believe that the priorities of this country are identical to last year? Does anybody believe that they're identical to 2 years ago? Aren't there things that deserve more money? Higher priority? Aren't there things that deserve no money? Aren't there things that deserve less money or maybe even the same? A long-term continuing resolution is a crazy idea, and the short-term resolution of a CR that we're dealing with right now is an unnecessary idea. It's unnecessary because we can pass the appropriation bills and avoid a long-term CR, and we just need the time to do it. So a short-term continuing resolution, do it, take up the appropriation bills, as this majority leader has promised to do, and this majority leader has demonstrated he's willing to do it. It's a pretty straightforward solution to me. Give us a little more time, a few more weeks, immediately begin the consideration of the appropriation bills that have been reported by the Senate Committee on Appropriations, and at the end of that period of time, we don't need a continuing resolution. We will have done our task. I yield the floor.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I thank the senator from Kansas, and at the risk of getting him into political trouble, I am a huge fan of his. But I want to address the question that he asked, which I think is a legitimate one, which is, what's the hurry on the Affordable Care Act premiums? And there's a really straightforward answer, which is that people are getting letters tomorrow from their insurance carriers. Around 24 million people are going to get letters anytime from now until mid-November. And they are going to pay. Now, 24 million Americans are going to be told that because of the last tax bill that was just enacted by Trump and the Republicans, that people are going to be paying an average of 114% more per person per month. So it's not like we just went into a lab and cooked up an issue to try to hijack some unrelated moving legislative vehicle. The reason for this is that 24 million Americans are specifically on the ACA exchange, and they're absolutely going to get hosed. And because we're all in the same risk pool, it's not just people on the ACA exchange that are going to see massive increases in their health care premiums. Almost every American is about to see a spike in their health care premiums, just like they've seen electricity rates going up at double the rate of inflation, just like they've seen the price of vegetables go up by 39%, just like they've seen shortages of lumber and labor. We have an opportunity to do something because our Republican colleagues, at least some of them, understand the magnitude of this problem for their constituents. And so the normal thing to do in a functioning legislative body where the President of the United States does not believe that he is an elected monarch is to try to negotiate some accommodation. After all, these are all of our constituents. It's not like they're exclusively in urban areas or something. They're not exclusively Democrats. In fact, they're slightly more Republican than Democrat on the ACA exchange. And so if this were a normal, functioning time in American-style democracy, the President of the United States would convene what they call the four corners, majority and minority leader of the Senate, Speaker and minority leader of the House, and we'd try to figure out whether there was an accommodation to be made to save our collective constituents from all this pain. And so when Democrats had the trifecta, When Democrats had the House and the Senate and the presidency, we didn't have any shutdowns. And it wasn't because there's more goodwill on the Republican side towards continuing resolutions than there is on the Democratic side towards continuing resolutions. The reason is because Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi sat down with Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy or whomever it was, and the president, and they figured out a deal. Even to raise the debt ceiling, Kevin McCarthy said, not for free. So this idea that the minority party, only this minority party, only in this time in United States Senate history, we are to shut up and do whatever we are told. And what's worse is they're asking the majority party to do the same thing. This president believes that he's a monarch. This president finds the legislative branch to be a nuisance. And you know what? The legislative branch is a nuisance. That's the architecture of the Constitution of the United States. We're supposed to be in a struggle with each other. We're supposed to argue and fight. And then we're supposed to come to an accommodation. But we can't come to an accommodation until there's a meeting. And so we're going to be here fighting for health care, and we're also going to be here fighting to reopen the government. If the clock strikes midnight and we're not able to avert this shutdown, then we are going to be here ready to deal. We understand we're not going to get everything we want. We understand we're in the minority. We understand we're out of power.